Hello everybody and welcome back to my stream. If you joined yesterday, you probably know that I promised I will continue this afternoon. So yeah, here I am because I have to work on this project, so we'll surely need to continue our work here. So welcome again. Nice to see you all here. Let me fix the chats so that I can see if you write something. Now that should be done. Okay, so I assume let's get just started. This time we also have some background music. Yesterday we actually didn't have it because I forgot to set up the desktop audio properly in the streaming software. So yeah, I even didn't know that the desktop audio is not working and you don't hear any background music. But yeah, today I hope you can hear it. So if you can hear the music, then just please write me in the chat. Or if you can't hear the music, also please write me in the chat. That would be some great feedback for me to understand if everything is going right. But I would suppose that the background music should be there. Okay, let's get started. I did think about how I want to continue here, and let me just go here. And I guess right after we log in, the home page, I guess I want it to be the newsfeed, and I guess it should be this type of newsfeed. Just let me bring that out here on this window. So that's actually where I would like that my users will be redirected after they log in, after they successfully log in. And if you weren't there yesterday, we managed to implement this login functionality, which actually works pretty fine. So let's show it, and then we'll continue to work on that. Sorry. So yeah, it's just starting up. The first time it will take probably a little bit more. Let me just bring it to the correct screen. Sorry. So yeah, right now I guess I should be logged in because there should still be a cookie there from yesterday. I don't remember if I logged out the last time that I actually tested that. So yeah, let's see. But we can actually also log out. Yeah, right now I'm logged in, and basically we can see that because here it is hello and my name, and this name is actually taken from the claims. So that's a sign that the sign-in works correctly. And right now it's we actually don't have that much here, so that's why this part is displayed. But if I go here, for instance, I see my name. This is actually my user. If I go on logout, actually I will be logged out, and then basically if I try to access the home page, I will be automatically redirected to this login screen. And here I can of course log back in, and in that case I will be redirected to my home page, which right now is just displaying this here. But this is where I actually want right now to implement this newsfeed. So that's exactly what I would like to do. I don't have any infrastructure for profile pictures yet, but yeah, I'm not sure if we'll do that today. But yeah, we'll see. Let's just close that. Okay, so right now we are actually on this index razor. I don't really want to completely delete it yet, but what I will do is I will simply delete this page directive, so Blazor won't route to it anymore. And for now I guess that's actually what we want. And then to get started, as I said, I would like to organize my front-end application, so in this case Blazor, following this idea of a feature-based approach, which is actually recommended, for instance, in the Angular style guide. And since Blazor is also kind of like a single page framework, actually not kind of, it is a single page application framework, I think that might be a good idea. So I will create first a folder that would be called, add here newsfeed. And here we will have everything that is related to our newsfeed functionality. And first of all, I have this I'll have a subfolder because we might have different things here that I will call components. And I hope that this is the maximum level of depth that we will have in our folder structure. I certainly hope that, because I think that keeping a flat folder structure is actually a very, very important thing here when you try to use this approach. Now, one thing that actually I guess we won't need here is the core folder, because we actually don't need a data service or a logging service or things like that, because this is a Blazor server application. So we actually have it all there. So we can just inject it. We can just inject this type of components wherever we need them. So I would probably put this type of loggers and error handlers and whatever in our application layer later. So we have here a solution folder for application layer, and I would just inject them in the startup.cs file. But if this would be, let me right now I see that let me close Teams. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. I forgot to close my Teams. Yeah, now I guess it should be fine. Okay. Nobody will bother us anymore. Good. So yeah, where were we actually? So yeah, we said that if this would be a Blazor WebAssembly application, then we would need a core folder, because in that core folder we will put like handlers for errors, loggers, data services, and so on. But here we don't actually need a data service, because we can just simply use our repository that we added here in our components. So I guess the core folder will not be needed so far. And I want to take a look. Here we have different type of newsfeed. We have a newsfeed friends, newsfeed images, messages, people nearby, and videos. And I guess that that's something that we'll try to implement as different component types. Let me take a look first here at so we see the newsfeed. But let's so this is the newsfeed. It's the newsfeed friends. So this is actually the friends list. Okay, so that's actually a little bit different. And then we have this newsfeeds images that will actually have only images in it. But I guess we'll have only one newsfeed you will have there actually everything that you need. And then we have newsfeed messages. And that's actually messaging. Well, I guess we won't be able to implement messaging right now. That would be too complicated in a way. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave that out for now. But that's kind of cool, because we already actually use SignalR, so we could actually implement SignalR here to have also or even live messaging functionality. But I guess that won't be for this proof of concept. Then we have people nearby. I guess that's also things that I'm not sure that we'll implement. I just want to have a very basic functionality so that I can present this as a proof of concept. And then we have something else, newsfeed videos, and that's probably the newsfeed that contains only videos, I guess. Yes. Yeah, we'll see. So right now, I guess we'll concentrate on this. Actually, that was on a different page. It was actually here. So right now we'll concentrate on this type of newsfeed where you have basically posts, but you have then videos, images, whatever. So it's actually the common newsfeed where everybody can say something. Okay, so let's start to see exactly what we actually need here. I have opened already this in Visual Studio Code, and I guess it should be this one. Okay, so I guess the header is exactly the same. So we have the header in the layout, and here in the body we have a header, we have the nav. Let me just close this. And we have this content and container. And I guess this is actually what we have in the layout. Let me check. So we go here to layout. Where is it? Main layout. And here, indeed, we have this container. And then we have the bodies. So this means that yeah, but in this case it's page container. So the idea is different. It was different for the login page. And then it has a container. And then a row. That might actually not be optimal at all, because we have different CSS classes here. But let me just check here. If we go here and we say this is the page container, and then we'll have another div which is container. Sorry. This has the class container on it. And then we have another div with a row. Oh, sorry, not there. Class equals row. What I want to actually try out, and let's move the body then here. What I actually want to try out, how will the login form work if I'm having kind of like this structure here. And let me just run it again. Then I will probably have to log out. I don't know why it takes so long to start. What's wrong with it? Yeah, so let's see how this will behave right now. So right now I'll probably see the page, the regular page, because I'm logged in. Yeah, sorry, there's nothing at this address because we have removed that page directive. But let me just log out. And actually this login form still looks okay, I guess. Just refresh to be sure. Yeah, I guess this login form works okay. And I'm just logging in again, and yeah, we have still this one. Okay, so we'll leave it like that. So going back here, it means that we actually have implemented everything from here. And then we have here a sidebar left, and we have then post create box. Then we have the post content. But I guess we should here. Then we have another. Yeah, because then actually we have for each post we have the post content, and we probably have several here in this template right now. So let me just make all of them. This is another post content, and this is the sign, or this is for me a little bit clearer now. What sub components will we need here, or what child components do we actually need? Because here we will actually get from the database a list of posts, or we will calculate the feed in some way, and then basically we will just do in Razor a for each, and for each post in that list we will just have to implement it once. So it's not like here. That's actually the power of having Blazor. So it's another post content, and then we have the sidebar right. And then we have the footer, which we have already in the layout. So in this case, I guess we can already know what components do we actually need here. So what Blazor components should we actually create? And we need to create a component for the newsfeed common sidebar left. And here this one has a profile card. I guess we'll use some more subcomponents here. Then we have the nav newsfeed. And then we have the chat block that we'll probably won't actually need. And that's actually okay. So I guess that that our component layout in this case would be as follows. We will have something like a profile card or a profile card component. Then we will have a newsfeed component that will have probably what's actually that. So it's nav. Let me go to the page to also visualize. I guess it's this one. So from the sidebar, yeah, probably we'll implement that because we'll need here. We'll maybe put some other links like to colleagues, to the class, to teachers, whatever. We will probably have different things displaying here. So we'll actually also use this component. And here actually for each one, I guess but no, this is then we will use normal list items, and then we'll see about the post create later. So let's actually start with this one. So we have this profile card, and this profile card is a very simple component that has some information in it, yeah, let's see. Okay. Then let's start doing that. So first we'll have our parent component here in newsfeed. That would be, let's create a new Blazor component, and this would be actually the parent component for the entire newsfeed. So we'll call this simply newsfeed component. And as we know, that will create this component type of file. Let's just go here. We will remove this code because what I like to do is, as also mentioned several times, I really think that it's the best way to split the markup and the code behind, and the fact that Blazor supports partial classes actually allows us to do this very easily. So what we will do here is simply we'll have to add a new file here, and this would be actually a regular class. And this class would be called, to make it actually belong to this one, it would be called newsfeed component .blazor.cs. And now you see that it is added actually here, and we'll make this a partial class. And basically right now this means that we have here the markup, and here we have the C# code. So that's actually how that should work. And right now I'm not sure if we want to have a title here, but what we add to do right away is say that page, and we want this to be displayed actually when we navigate to this one. So I guess that should be it for now. Let's first add the markup to it. So here we see that we have this profile card, and this profile card, okay, this profile card could actually be, so we have this, so this is the left sidebar. I guess we should create a subcomponent left sidebar, and in that subcomponent we should create this this profile card. It's actually, I mean, the profile card is something that will probably reuse in some other places, so I guess it would be important to get that information there. But for the left sidebar itself, yeah, let's see. What I don't really like maybe is to have a very deeply nested parent-child relationship. but I guess if we go 3 levels, so we have a parent, a child, and then a child of the child, I guess that should be okay. So yeah, in this case we will have here this div that kind of wraps everything up, which is in this sidebar, I guess. But where does this div actually end? This div contains all the post content, and this div contains actually the profile card and everything that is on the sidebar. So yeah, in this case, I guess we'll have this div. Let's go back here. So let's create this div. And did I copy? This is this type of column, and then we'll have here this profile card, and then we have here this newsfeed links, and we'll create subcomponents for that one actually. So first of all, we will create a subcomponent for the sidebar, and then subcomponents for the profile card and the newsfeed. The idea is that maybe we would like to add some other type of components to the sidebar later. So we just want to be able to simply do that. So yeah, then let's create a first subcomponent, which would be the left sidebar component. Okay, and here let's go here on components. Let's make this smaller, and here we'll add a new razor component, which would be left sidebar component. Here I guess I'll have to close this. Here we won't need this code, and we'll do exactly the same thing for the left sidebar, because we'll surely have some logic here. So we'll add a new class here, but in the folder, of course. And this should be then called left sidebar. It should be called exactly the same way, component.razor.cs. And let's make it partial. So right now in this component we have once again split everything, and this means that here if we go in the parent component, which is this newsfeed component, we can just say here I want a left sidebar component to be displayed, and we'll look into what this left sidebar component looks like then just in a while. And then if we go in the left sidebar component, we'll need this this profile card, and we'll need this this list actually. So let's create a profile card component. Add the new razor component, and let's call it profile card component. And once again, we won't need this code because we'll have save. Why? What actually happened here? We have this profile card component, which is okay. In the left sidebar, yeah, we have the code behind. We have to create then the class file for this one. So let's add a new one. This time it's a class, and it would be called profile card component .razor.cs. So I guess it should be like that, and we make it also a partial class. And once again, this is how we actually linked the markup to the code. Let's look back to the template, and here we also have this chat block, but we won't have a chat block right now, so I guess we simply won't create it. We'll have to think about how to implement chat maybe later, but that's right now not a priority. Okay, so now that we have these components, actually what we do, we have to use this profile card component, and we can then simply copy this actually from here. And if we go to profile card component, we can just replace it. All these components are non-routable components, so this means that we don't need to add that page directive to it at all. So let's I'm not sure exactly what shortcuts are kind of frustrating me. It doesn't help. Let me go on edit advanced, because I pressed Ctrl D, which would be format document, but that kind of didn't work. So yeah, right now we have this profile card component. Of course, right now we just have some text here that's from the template, so we'll have to see how we actually get that information, and probably we'll get it in the parent component, and we'll pass it in then in the child. So this is the profile card first, and then this means that on the left sidebar component here, let's look it. In this left sidebar we have this call MD static, but that's actually what we already have in the parent component, so in newsfeed. We have this left sidebar component, okay, and then in this left sidebar component I just say I don't want to have a title here for now. I want to have a profile. What's going on again? So here I want to have a profile card component. That's actually what I want here, nothing else. And then the next thing that we would need is this is called newsfeed links component. Let's create also that component, and Blazor component, newsfeed links component, and yeah, let's delete this newsfeed link component. Let's delete the code here. Actually, we don't need anything here. And then let's just save, and let's create the code behind file. So it's add. Where is the add? Of course I should go on the folder, not on the class. And here, let's add this folder. So it would be newsfeed links component. Component.razor.cs, and we'll make it also partial. So right now we have once again splitted the code part and the markup part in the component into two different files. So this means that I can go here on the, let's go in this left sidebar first. No, in this news link, sorry. And just copy over everything that we actually need here, and that's actually this unordered list. And we'll see then later how we can actually implement that in a way that actually would make sense to us. Right now, let me just go here and format document. Ctrl D is not working, and Ctrl K is also not working. I'm not sure exactly why. However, right now we have this newsfeed links component, so we can go here in this left sidebar component and say that we want here a newsfeed link component, but it's newsfeed link component. So it's actually that easy for now. I guess we can already test it out. Let's see. Let's see. I'm curious how this will work out. Okay, so That's actually not quite like we have it in the template. That's not quite like we have it in the template. And kind of this, I guess, I don't know, maybe we have missed a div somewhere. Maybe we have missed a div. I don't know. I don't know. Let's close this and try to see again. So let's start from the layout. So in the layout we have page container. Let's go to this one, and this would be like this one. Then we have container, then we have container, and then we have row, and then we have row, exactly like that. And then in that row we just have this div. That is actually for the sidebar. But it's exactly like we did. So this is when we go to the newsfeed component. This is the parent component. We said that we have this class called md3 static. Class called md3 static. Then we have all the other stuff. But it's page contents, not page container, the class on the layout. Oh my god. It's page contents. And that's probably the reason why that happens. Let me run again. Let me bring this to the correct screen. Please let me know if you can hear me okay, and if you can also hear the background music, or let me know if the background music is too loud. But that actually didn't change anything. Why? So we still have the same problem. Does this have to do with? No, it's just not there. That it's going actually too high. That's actually going too high, so it should be just a little bit. I mean, we could spend a lot of time thinking about what we should do here, or I don't know if we can go with the easy way. Because let's take it one by one. So we have this newsfeed component, which is the parent. And here we have this class called MD, and then we have this left sidebar component that actually just puts those there. But this call MD3 static we have moved into the newsfeed. Where is it? What if we, I don't know, I really don't know if that would actually help at all, but maybe let's just move that div in the sidebar itself. So let's do a Ctrl X here, let's delete that, and here we have this left sidebar component, and let's go to this left sidebar, and let's create a div here. In this div, we should paste that class and everything that we have in these subcomponents or child components. We just put it here. Edit advanced format document. Control save. Let me check how it looks this time. Let's see. It's actually cool that the authentication worked correctly, because in this, because of that, I don't need to basically. I also don't like the footer here, but here there's some error. Unhandled exception has occurred, but I'm not sure exactly where, because in the developer tools there's actually, or yesterday it was actually nothing. So it was the mixed content was loaded, HTTPS, yeah, but that shouldn't be actually a problem. So we don't actually see where exactly the error is. It's probably somewhere in the template, but that as said, that doesn't really help a lot. Let's try a new thing, and let's go to the newsfeed component, and let's maybe just wrap everything here in another div. Div should be block components in HTML or block elements, so they would maybe create some space, I guess. But let's see if that actually helps. And where is it? Advanced format document. Save, and of course we'll have to reload the page, I guess. But I'm not sure if that's only because the reload. Let's kill it and start it from scratch. Let's see then. It actually didn't help at all. Let me then try maybe because I really don't have any not the time, but also not the nerves to simply go through all the CSS that comes with this template and find exactly what the problems should be. Let's see if we just add some non-breaking space here, if that would help. But once again, I'm not sure if that's actually a good thing. I'm not sure exactly in Blazor if we do changes here and we save it and we reload, will these changes actually apply? Let's try it once again, and if we don't see anything better, then probably changes are not applied. And I don't actually want to go manually. Yeah, hello. The problem is, let me just start this again. Let me just start this again, and thank you for asking. The problem here is, you see that basically this card here goes under the nav bar. This is actually what I don't like, because it should look like something like here. This is actually the template that I am using. I have bought it from somewhere, and it should actually look like that. So this should be actually this should actually go down a little bit. But yeah, let's. I'm not sure exactly what why what that is. So it's clear that this actually doesn't work. Of course, I could try to add some margins or paddings or things like that, but I really wouldn't want to use this type of stuff. Let me see here something else. So the body doesn't have anything. Let's just start once again from the layout. In the layout, we have the header. Okay. I guess the problem might be. Actually in this. Where is it? Host file. But actually don't see why, because here we have the body. So here is where the body actually starts, but the body doesn't have any class in the template, so it is just blank. Then we have this header, which has the ID of header, and that's actually exactly how we have in the main layout. So we have this ID header, and that's actually the header and everything that we have in it. And then under header, let's go to this one. Then it's actually directly this div ID page contents. That's actually what we have implemented here. Div, I guess it's with ID. Oh my god. No, it's class. Or no, it's ID. Oh my god, it's ID page contents. Yeah, inspecting the element would have been an idea, but yeah, I'm not sure if I would have been able to. Actually, you're right, because in that case I would see the entire HTML like I have it on the template. But yeah, let's go back here, and this is actually ID and not class. That's actually, I was very not careful. So let's try again. Let's try again. But yes, you are right. Inspecting the element would have been a very good idea, I guess. But I want to say it again. I'm very bad at HTML and CSS, and I really hate it. And right now it actually works. So right now it's exactly how we want it to be. So that is exactly how we want it to be. Now, I think that the next step that we should make is, first of all, let's take it very slowly and easily. Here we see that on this card we actually have a name. So what we need to do in this case is just simply use the name that we actually, or the name of the users with which we are currently signed in actually. So this, I guess this is, I guess we would have two options to do that. The first option would be to take it from the claims, and that is actually, I guess, the better thing to do, because I don't need to make a query to the database for that. So that would be okay. So let me just close that. Is this a free template or paid one? It was actually a paid template, but it was not very expensive. I think I paid $24 for it or something like that. So yeah, it was not that expensive, but yeah, I still had to pay for it. But I felt that this price is actually right for this type of template. But you see that it should theoretically work, but it was actually me being not careful at all, and it was here ID and not the class that should be called page contents. And with that, everything is actually done. So what we can do, coming back to this idea of displaying the real name there, what we can actually do is, so we are already authenticated and we have the name as a claim. And here, for instance, if we go to the index, we see that we actually use this authentication state provider service that is provided by Blazor by default, and we use it actually to just query for the claims of the user, and then we just get out the name claim from it, and yeah, we just use it. And I guess that what we could do is we can actually simply just copy that. I know copy paste is bad, but right now we have to do exactly this same type of thing. So we can go in this profile card component, because this is where we are right now, and we have the code basically in a totally separate file, so that we can split markup and C# code in two different files. So actually this is actually where we would paste that. So we have this property which is name. Then of course we would need to inject the authentication state provider, and this is would have here private, but inject. We have to mark it with inject, and we say we have to of course add some musings probably here, ASP.NET Core components, and what we want to inject is the authentication where is it? Authentication state provider, and let's in this case just call it auth. and it needs to be injected to a property. That's how this works in Blazor. And in this lifecycle method on initialized async, we can just in that case we want, it is called auth, so it should be just like that. And then we get the user, and theoretically here we shouldn't even care to do this if check, because if we get to display this component, this already means that the user is logged in, because otherwise, as we saw, when you are not logged in, the only thing that you can actually access is the login page, nothing else. So in that case we can just maybe take this out and not even use this if statement anymore. Okay, and that's it actually. Okay, so Sejuva on Twitch, are you still there? From which country are you watching? I'm streaming from Romania, by the way. Okay, let's now test this out. Right now we have this property name, so this means that in the profile card component, where we have the name, here we can just say that we want to display the name, and that should actually do it for now. So let's try this out. Okay, and I see that that we have the name, so this is actually correct. That is actually correct. I'm thinking now, should we maybe care about the profile picture also? I guess it might be nice, but yeah, maybe not yet so far. So okay, we have right now this left sidebar on which we have this card component and these links. That will probably come back to some time later, and maybe we'll add some things that are specific to our network. Of course, we will have at a certain point to also come back here and to actually see exactly what we want to keep here from this. But that's something that I guess we'll take here just a little bit later. So right now. What would be actually the next thing to do? So this would be a social network kind of for a university. So this means that the users of this social network will be either students or they will be teachers or they will be staff. So in this case, there's nothing I don't know if we should or we can't actually display the followers. The question is what would it make sense to display here? Maybe display the, I don't know, the faculty of the user and the, I don't know, the department and the class. But that would be then a lot of information, I guess. That would be a lot of information then. Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm not sure exactly what to do here. Maybe let's just try to go further and implement the entire newsfeed, so that we have all the markup of the newsfeed, and we'll think about what we'll want to display in each component afterwards, because probably we'll have to think about things like how do we get the data about posts, for instance, because right now we have a repository for users, but we actually don't have a repository for we actually don't have a repository for posts. But before going to posts, I think we'll need to implement functionality, like for instance the ability to for the user to visit its own timeline actually, and then from that timeline that the user should be also able to edit hers or his information. So let's try to bring to sketch the layout for the entire component, and then we'll concentrate probably on the other functionality that regards the user, and then probably it will be only later that we'll come to get posts and display them here. Yeah, so let's just close it for now, and go further and check exactly what we will need to implement. So we have implemented the header, or sorry, the profile card. We have implemented, and then we should implement this. Then we have this create box actually, or we have this posts, newsfeed posts component. So that would be a different component, I guess. That would come immediately after this one. So yeah, let's create a new component in this case, and here let's call this it's a Razor component, of course, and let's call newsfeed or only posts. But first let's create post component. So that's only the component for creating a post. Let me close this and reopen it. We'll get rid of this code here because we don't actually need it anymore. And here we'll come back later to that, but let's create also the code behind file. So it would be add, where is it, class, and here it would be create post component.razor.cs, and we'll make it static, not static, partial, sorry, so that we link it to the markup, and that should Hi Podescu, I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad to see you back here. I think there's been a while since you last joined stream. I'm really glad to have you here. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, right now there is actually not that much code that I would like to, or that I need to put here. Let's just create the markup part. Sorry. So for the create post, so actually in this create post component, we have this div that kind of like wraps the create post component and then the list of posts. So I guess that we'll try a different approach than what we did with the sidebar. I guess what I want to do here is go to the newsfeed component, which would be this one, and here I would have a div, and this div would be actually this one that would contain all posts, so it would have this class here. And then here in this div, as we have here, the first thing is the create post component, for which we already created a component. So in this case we have, you can simply say create a post component. That's what we actually want to display there. And in the create post component, we can then put the contents of this one. Let's just copy it. let's format the document. Okay, so this is the create post component, and then we should, I guess, name this is name here the class name for each post is here post content, but we'll call that post card, and each card will contain basically a post. So this means that in our parent component, which means like here, we'll have something like a for each. In this case, we'll have probably a property that contains a list of posts that need to be displayed, and then it means that for each of those it should display the post for it. So yeah, that's actually how this will probably work. So let's create a new component in this case, and this component will be called, let's call it a post card component. Okay, where is it? Post card component. Let's remove this one because we'll create a total separate file for that, and we'll probably also need to delete this title because we won't need to display anything here. Let's create the code behind file because we'll surely use it. And where is it? So we have to go to the folder, of course. Add class. This would be then a post card component.razor.cs, and we'll mark it as a partial, and that's how this actually works. Okay, so right now in this post component we could actually have this this one here, and here of course there are, I think, 10 different divs like that for each post on the template, but as said, we will use a for each to display as many cards as we actually need. So if we go to post card component, we can just simply put that here. Okay, good. But this is the create post. I guess that's not the correct one. Yeah, I copied the exact same that we have that we had previously. Instead, we need this one. So yeah, let's just delete and copy again. So this is a postcard. Let's also go here and format document, and that should be okay. So if we go right now to the newsfeed components, so this is not that one. So this is like the parent component. So we have this create post, and then we can have a post content. And to just mark or make sure that we'll need to use the for each loop here, we'll see that but no, the for each wouldn't work in this case. Let's implement a for, and we say that for I equals 0, I equals is smaller, so as long as I is less than 1, I plus plus. So, and here I would like to have a postcard component. So that's how we'll actually add only one right now, but later we'll replace this with a for each, and we'll add a postcard for each post that we actually get from somewhere, actually from the database probably. But now I guess we can try to test this out to see if that actually works. Let's see. And that's the one. It's still loading, but I guess it shouldn't take that long. And actually we have this we have this create post, so theoretically we could create something, but right now of course we click on publish, but nothing happens right now. So we'll actually have to think about what we should do when we click on that. And also if when we click the image or the camera or something like that, that should probably give us the option to, I don't know, upload an image, upload a video. But I guess maybe we will even take this out. I guess for the basic proof of concept, we'll just have the possibility to write something, because it just adds complexity. And as I said, I really have to finish this. It would be best if I can finish it this week. So we'll probably even remove those buttons. So we will just be able to write something, so without picture or something like that. But yeah, right now it works. What I'm evaluating, I just want to go back to the template for 1 second and just open the newsfeed again. And here on the left sidebar, on the right sidebar, we have this who to follow, or some basically a simple suggestion. So we have a suggestion here. I mean, the idea in this social network would be that each student would actually have, by default, I would say, a list of colleagues. So we could display the colleagues here, but the colleagues are already colleagues, so, and you actually can't do anything to, I don't know, not be a colleague anymore with some other student, except if you don't pass a year or something like that. Then you will be automatically added to a different class. But we can make here, for instance, suggestions for, so each user will also have a list of friends. So it's similar to Facebook. Each user could add friends. Each friends could be both students, but they could be also teachers, and they could be also staff and things like that. So maybe here we could have some suggestions for maybe people that this current but why sorry, I didn't understand why I say what I see Sarah Cruz here, but then I remember that that's the template, that's the real one. So yeah, going back here, I guess in this right sidebar we could add here this functionality to maybe suggest people to the currently logged in user. So yeah, let's also add that one. Let's add the right sidebar to it, and yeah, that then we will have the layout for our newsfeed, I guess, which would be very, very nice. So let's close it right now, and let's go back here, and we have this newsfeed. We have this right sidebar, which is contained in this div. And here we should create probably a component for each one of those. But let's go to the main. Let's just copy this class. Then we have this sticky sidebar. So I guess we should create both and this one, and then we'll have again a for each. And we'll get the suggestions from the application layer somehow, and then for the list there, we'll then just we'll just do some stuff here. But I guess we'll still need the first div. We'll need to add to the parent, I guess. So let me just copy that, and let's go to the parent. This is actually the parent, and we should be on this level, I guess. So it would be div, and here we can paste this class, and inside this one we have another div that has an ID and the class. So let's add it. Okay, and let's go back to it. Then we have this title. And then we have this kind of like suggestions. Here maybe who to befriend. Or maybe you might be friends. Or I don't know. I'm friend suggestions. Yeah, let's call it like that. Friend suggestions. Okay, so let's go to the next step then. And here we will need to create a new component, which would be friend suggestion component. Let's close that. Add Blazor component. And we'll actually delete everything from here. And we'll create the code behind part. Add the class. Friend suggestion component .razor.cs, and we'll mark it as partial, and that should actually do it right now. So in this markup, we'll then come back and put actually this one. And of course, we'll also use a for each here, or in our case, just to test things out, we'll use a for to just simulate that. But for each suggestion that we'll get from the database somehow, so there will be probably an algorithm that would compute the suggested friends. But probably for this proof of concept, we won't be able to really do a very fancy algorithm. So we'll just take some random people and suggest them as friends. Let's go here on advanced and format document. So yeah, in this case, that would be the friend suggestion. So if we go back here in this newsfeed component, which will be the parent component of them all, here we could have then another for. Here we'll go once again until it is less than 1, and each time that we go, or that we iterate through that, we simply say that we want a friend suggestion component to be displayed, and that's actually it. So right now we could run it once again, and I guess that that should be actually the entire newsfeed, just represented here. Let's see. And indeed, we have here only one user, because there's only one user that we have added. But I don't know, this card seems to be too small. I don't know. My screen let's set it to 100%. So set to 80. That was really not optimal. But yeah, in this case, we have these friend suggestions. So this is, in this case, the basic layout of the newsfeed. For now, we don't care about displaying posts and so on. We just have this user here. And when we click on this user, of course, we go to timeline. And that's exactly what we actually want to do. We'll go next and try to implement the timeline. And if we go here, let's go here. And what would be the timeline? That would be this one. So the timeline would look something like that. And what we'll actually want to have in the timeline, so that's something like the wall on Facebook. So we can simply write something there. Search activity. What do we have? We have here Sarah's activity. Yeah, so the activity log. I don't think that we have activities right now in the database, so probably we'll if we fully implement the right sidebar, then we'll have to to see to put something else right there. But what I want to check right now, because what we can implement, and that's what I hope to be able to implement today and until the end of the day, is that I should be able to go in this timeout about, and I should also have the possibility to edit this type of things. But is there for edit profile? So for edit we have different templates here. So we have edit the basics. It would be add the basic information. Let me try to understand how that would work. Edit profile interests. Not sure if we will have profile interests, but the idea is that it's exactly the same what we have here. We are here on about, but the only difference is that we can simply edit things here. Edit profile password. That's actually cool. We should give the option to change the password. That's actually old password and new password and confirm password. That should be okay. And then update. But actually, we see that from this timeline, actually everything remains actually the same. The only thing is that if you are on edit, is that you have basically forms that you can change. You have forms that you can actually change. Yeah. So how should we do that in our application? I mean, I guess it's actually easy, because we can have like for instance this timeline, which has this default stuff. But if we go on about, this is about the user, work experience and everything, so all the information about the user. But then I don't know where is an edit button here. I don't think that there is an edit button. It's just the template provided as is, and we need to actually actually we can actually do some things here. So we have like we displayed this about information. Then at a certain point, I don't know, somewhere there should be a button like edit, and then this would mean that I would be able to edit my about information. And actually, if I go on edit, I should see another component. We can toggle the active classes, I guess, of components based on what the user actually clicks. So I guess that we would have only one timeline component, I guess. Then we won't have albums because I said I guess we won't be able to upload pictures, and we have these friends. Friends is something that we should really that we should really add, because this should be the list of friends, and then it should be the possibility to simply delete a friend or remove it as a friend. So that is something that we will have. So this would be definitely child components of that one. But then when we edit, so the edit form, it should be actually another child component, and each one would have basically another section. So we can edit my interests, we can edit the basic information, and basically when you click on the edit button, that would display another component where you can just simply put in your things, your information. And yeah, that's actually, I guess, what we'll try to implement right now. So the timeline would be actually yeah, that would be the timeline, and that would be the timeline about. So we'll have this, we'll have a parent component that will be called timeline, and that timeline should of course contain some reference to the user. So we'll probably will have to use some routing params, either based on name, either based on username. I guess based on username it would be the best one to have. So that's actually gonna do it. And the only thing is, how do we reach actually that timeline? How do we reach that timeline? Where do I have this application? I guess it's here. I guess I'll reach the timeline if I click, for instance, here on my username or on my name. I should be redirected to the timeline, and then I should have the timeline. We have it also here. So home should redirect me. Home should actually redirect me to this page. So we could actually remove this landing page 1 and landing page 2. This comes from the template, and we actually don't use the drop down. Then we would have the newsfeed. We are on the newsfeed right now. But if we are, for instance, on timeline, we should have this. We should still have the newsfeed here. So we can click on it and we can go back to the newsfeed. Yeah, so that's actually two places. One from this navigation. When we click on timeline, we should go to the timeline. So to this one, this should be the default view of the timeline. Sorry, and then of course from the user. Yeah, that's I guess how we're gonna implement that. But before we do that, I just want to close this application right now. And yeah, right now I guess I'll want to take a short break, maybe to also think a little bit about how exactly I want to proceed. So it will be, I guess, a 10 minutes break, not more than that, I hope. But afterwards I'll continue and we'll go over to implement the timeline. And when we implement the timeline, there will also be some more heavy lifting done with the backend part, because we want to be able to update the user's information directly from this application right now. So please stay tuned. Don't leave this channel, this stream, because it will go on. Of course, it will go on for longer probably today. I think I'll stream as long as I'll work today. So you can jump in even later. But hope to see you back here in I don't know, something like 10 minutes. So yeah, please stay tuned. Okay, so here we are again. I hope you're still with me. Let's just check. I see some people are still with me. Thank you very much for holding. Let me just look into a few things. Okay. I'll continue just in a few seconds. Just wait a little bit. Just have to respond to some messages. Sorry. But I guess I'm done right now. Okay, so let's go back. And I said that I wanted to implement this idea of having the timeline, so where we could actually reach it. Let me just check one thing though first. I want to check if when we log in the user, so it would be here on this login CSHTML page. Sorry, I just tripped my mic. Sorry if that caused some weird sounds for you. That was not intended. But let me just bring my stuff up again. The comments. Okay, I see the comments right now. So if you just want to say something, just do it. I'll be more than happy to get to talk to you. That's actually the best part of streaming while you work on something. So coming back to this login part, when we log in the user, what we actually do, we add the name, we add the email address, but what I would like to also add is the username. So let's add the claim here, new claim. And this would be a claim type. Let's see if we have a default claim for username. It's user data. Let me go through it. UPN, that would be the user principal name Azure Active Directory, but that's not what we use here. Actor, anonymous, authentication method, cookie path, country. That's not what interests of. Date of birth is not something that we use here. DNS, email. We have the email, but we don't want to use that for routing. Given name, hash is persistent, locality, mobile phone, name. That's what we have. That contains the name itself. A name identifier. Oh no, that doesn't really help us. Other phone, postal code, that doesn't really. Also primary seed, role, and that's if we want to add roles at a certain point, but would be probably not the case for the demo that I have to do in 2 weeks. Street address, no, it's still UPN version. I guess we don't have this username, so in this case we will just use it custom. So it would be a claim that has username as the name of the claim, and the value would be user.username. Of course, this is yeah, we use a collection initializer here, so we don't use semicolon, but instead we just use a comma. So right now we would have a claim that contains the username. And why I wanted to do that is because we would also need to use that claim to take the username, and to use actually the username as a routing param when we want to route to the timeline. And to do that, I will go to the newsfeed component, and I will go to the code behind file. And here, what I would need, that is the newsfeed component, I guess. Yeah, it is the newsfeed component. So one thing that we would need here is we will have another property. how is it called? So first of all, I guess we should inject the authentication state. Inject. Okay, we should add the necessary usings for that, which is ASP.NET Core Components, and we want to inject the authentication state provider, and we'll call it out again, and then of course we can only inject properties, so yeah, we have to make that as a property. And right now it should be okay. Now let's have another property that would be of type string, and that one would be the name. Get set, and let's have another string for username. And actually what we'll do right now, we'll kind of change a little bit the behavior of our components. Right now, basically our parent component, so this newsfeed component, should act like the container for everything that is needed in all the child components. So this is why we'll actually pass in this name and username down somehow to this newsfeed or how it is, it's just card component. Where is it? A profile card component. So we'll have to pass it down here. It should arrive here. The profile card component should not be responsible to fetch that type of data. Although this is actually, the data is already there, so it's not actually talking with the database at all. So I guess we can leave it here, but then we would have duplicate behavior, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. Right now, what we want to do is override here also the on initialized async, and we'll say here would be a protected override. It would be a task of course, on initialized async, which is a lifecycle method. And in this one, what we'll do is actually the same thing that we do here, more or less, with the only difference that in this case it's not actually the name that it would really interest us. But so we have the odd state. What is the problem here? It's not async. Okay, probably override async, of course. And yeah, we'll have here the out state, then we'll get the user, then we get user claims, and then we have the name, and then we'll get actually var username claim, and that would be claims dot first or default. And then we'll say that well, we look for a claim for which the type equals username, and yeah, that's actually should do it. And then we can say that the username equals username claim dot value. So that should do it right now. So this would mean that right now we have here this username, and that's actually, so the idea is that when we click on the name in that profile card, we want to navigate actually to the timeline. And for that one, we will need to pass in some unique identifier like the username, for instance. And then we'll go to that timeline based on that routing parameter, and that's why we actually need the username. So the only thing that we should maybe think about is right now, so I don't want to have this logic basically duplicated into my child components at all. So what we will do here, we will actually try to simplify this or to pass in actually this username or this name and this username to actually everywhere, or to our profile card component, because that's where we will click on that link, and that's where when we will want to route the application to a specific URL that contains also the username to it. So, but this goes, if we go here in this news feed, we see that we have this left sidebar component. So we have to kind of send this username and name to the left sidebar component, and then from the left sidebar component we have to send it to this profile card component. So in this case, let's go to this left sidebar, and we just need to create those properties. Let's call it properties. Sorry, it's a parameter, and this is how we actually send data basically between parent and child component. So from the parent component to the child component. So this would be a parameter, and it would be a username, but I guess that should be then public. In this case, public. Let's name first. Public string name get set, and then we have one other parameter that would be a public string username, and then we can simply just copy paste that to that profile card component. So let's go to the profile card component, and let's just add those two. What's wrong with that? We already have this name. So yeah, in that case, we just set the parameter here. But I guess that should be, parameters can be applied only to public. So right now it should be okay. What we won't need anymore is this service at all. And we also don't need to override this method anymore. We just need to provide this type of parameters. So let's go here now, where we are right now in this parent component, where we have this name and this username. So what we can do here is, when we actually use or say that we want to display the left sidebar component, we can say here that username, so the property equals username, so our username, and then name equals name. So then we have the logic for getting this type of information actually only but yeah, that's okay. And when we go to the left sidebar component, when we call the profile card component, we say once again the name should be equal to name, and the username should be equal to name. So this is actually the way that we pass data from the uppermost parent component to the child component, in this case the profile card. So right now the behavior, I guess, should be the same. So if we run this application, we should see a similar behavior. But the advantage is right now that we also have the username. The logic for generating or for getting these values for name and username is only in one place, and this is the parent component, the uppermost parent component, and we just send it throughout the hierarchy of components. We actually could even, okay, we have system null ref object and set an instance of an object, but why? I guess our claim was not added correctly. Let's close it for now, and let's use a breakpoint. Actually, where can we put it, the breakpoint? I guess we can I just want to see the claims. So yeah, let's run it again. Let's run it again. Why is it always opening on this screen? We'll hit probably the breakpoint first, so yeah, we shouldn't see anything here. So let's just look into these claims. What do we have here actually? We have 3 claims, but why don't we have that username that we added? So we have the name, we have the email address, and the user type, but why don't we have that one? That's actually, I know why, but it's of course because we still have the cookie, and the cookie doesn't have that claim. So in this case, what we should do is, I guess, simply just run it again. And when the browser opens, we'll just open the developer tools and we'll just delete the cookie. And that would actually mean that our user is not authenticated anymore. So I would be prompted to log in again, and then a new cookie would be generated with a new claims identity. And in that case, I would also have that claim that I actually need. So yeah, let's stop here with this breakpoint actually, and let's go to developer tools. It should be under, I guess, application cookies, but the cookies are not set yet. Okay, then we'll do this differently. We'll simply comment out this for now. Let's do that. We can even, I guess, remove the breakpoint from here. So we'll run the application right now, and when the application is loaded, we will then simply log out. And then if we log out, then the cookie will be deleted, and then we can stop the application. Then we can uncomment this change, and then we will have to log back in, and we'll get all the needed claims, including that one. So yeah, let's try to do it like that. So we have the logout functionality under this username here. We have logout, and that actually logs me out, and it's exactly what I want to do right now. And I want to close the application, and right now I can uncomment this. Okay, let's save it, and I run the application once more, and now I will have to log in, and this time the correct or I would have a new claims identity that would also include this username claim. So that problem would be solved for now. So of course I will be redirected to the login page. That's the behavior of my application, which I'm very proud of, I would say. So this is secret password. And here, if we click on it, I should be logged in, and yeah, but the name is not displayed correctly. Okay, but why is the name not displayed correctly? Why is the name not displayed correctly? Let me try to understand. So we are here in the newsfeed component. And here in this newsfeed component, when it gets initialized, I get all this type of information. So let's just hit the breakpoint here and try to reload the page. So name. Right now I have the name here, and here the username is yeah, of course, because it's not yet fetched. So, and I have the username, which is correct. Let me go right now to the I guess that the left sidebar component should be the next one. I just can put breakpoints randomly like that. But I just want to check if can I maybe put no, I can't put breakpoints here. Yeah, so let me this time put a breakpoint in a separate place. I don't want to have this breakpoint in the newsfeed component. because here we saw that we get both information, so that's correct. Let me go to this profile card component and I don't know, maybe I can simply put a breakpoint here. But if I go on where is it here? I can put a breakpoint here. And let me see why that is not the case. And also let me put a breakpoint on the left sidebar here. It doesn't allow me to put the breakpoint there. That's kind of strange. I don't like that. But this is the name from left sidebar. Let's put a breakpoint here, I guess. And yeah, let's try to run it now to see exactly what happens. So the application is loading right now, and we didn't hit any breakpoint. That's not nice at all. That's not nice at all. Let's do some other thing. Protected override async on initialized async, and we'll actually don't override async, but we actually don't need to use the async one. Simply say override void, and it would be on initialized in that case. Because what we actually want to do, we just want to put a breakpoint here, because when we put a breakpoint here, the properties I guess should be, but no, because there should be another lifecycle method, and it should be on after parameter set or something like that. No, it doesn't really find it. So let me override void. Why doesn't it give me any suggestions? Let me async task on. It doesn't actually give me any hints. Let's just look into the documentation then. Let's just look into the documentation, I guess. Yeah, Blazor. Yeah, let's see what are the cycle methods. On initialized is the one that is called when the component gets initialized, and then it should, before parameter set parameter async, and then on parameter set async, or on parameter set, so that that one should. They don't want it to be async. Yeah, I guess that should be it. Async void. But it's not async in this case. Maybe probably this was okay. And it would be on parameter set. We actually don't need to provide nothing here actually. It's just for a breakpoint, because this lifecycle methods gets triggered right after the parameters are set, and this means that we could basically place a breakpoint there and just look into the values that we might have in the parameters. Maybe that would help us to understand exactly why that's not possible. And let's put a breakpoint here, and we'll do exactly the same for the profile card, because we want to check how everything runs from one place to the other. And that's also here a breakpoint. So yeah, right now we should actually try to. So it's stormy again here. Yesterday we had a storm too. That's kind of creepy, having a storm every day. That's not fun. That's not fun. So we have here in the left side bar component, and we have name and we have username. So basically that's where things get wrong. Let me just check what happens. So let me go to the newsfeed component. So we have this name and we have this username. And say that they are actually not used. So if I go to the left sidebar, I say here name, and I say it's, oh my god. And the username should be username. Of course, I literally passed in a string name and a string username, not the username that I actually had here. So that's exactly what we have to do here. It's exactly the same thing. Where did we do that? In that left sidebar. This is when we call the profile card, so we'll have to do this exactly the same in the newsfeed component. When we call the sidebar, it's the username and of course the name. And I guess that right now it should actually work. Actually, it worked before, but I just passed some strings, and that's why it was like that. So we can just delete these methods that we added to just check the values. Let's remove that once more, and let's run the application again. And hopefully this time we'll be a little bit more lucky than usual. Let's bring it to this screen. So it's still loading. It's still loading. Do I have breakpoints? No, I don't have any breakpoints. But in this case, something seemed it went totally wrong, I guess. Or okay, no, now it works. So right now we have this this name here, which is correct. It means that the parameter arrives correctly to the child component, which is okay, which means that also the username is there. So when we click this, actually we can just route the timeline and the username. But the only question is, should we? Yes, we should. We can close that. Okay, so to try to kind of break this down a little bit, let's start to implement the idea of timeline. And here we'll add a new folder for the timeline, because we said we want to keep a feature-based approach. Till now we have, let me close everything that we don't need actually. So right now we have a folder for the newsfeed, which is for the newsfeed feature, and we'll have a similar folder for the timeline. Here we'll have add a new folder, timeline, and yeah, let's save all. And in this timeline folder, we'll have once again components. I also forgot to close my Outlook. Yeah, closed it now. Okay, so in this timeline we'll add another subfolder which will be called components, like exactly we did for the newsfeed. And here we'll actually put all the components for the timeline. Okay, so let's start. We are looking right now for the main timeline. Not for the edit profile, that would be something else. Timeline is actually the last one. Okay, so right now we have the head, that this is what we have already in now. Then we have this header that we have in the layout. And then, this is where it gets messy, because we have this class container, and then we have this timeline. And here we have the timeline cover. We have the page contents. Okay, in the page contents, we have the post create box. Then we have post content. We have probably a lot of post contents. Yes, that's exactly the same like we had it there, but only that this time the components are slightly different. So we can simply reuse them because they are slightly different. They contain different types of things as far as I can see it right now. But yeah, if we come to the conclusion later that we need to do something else, then we'll probably do that. So it's the post content. Let's make it then another post content, then another post content. So this is where we'll use probably a for each once again. But then what is this actually? This is source activity. So that's actually what we see on the right, I guess. That's actually what we see on the right, and that I said that we actually don't need the activity. Yeah. Okay. So in this case, what we'll need to do is we have the timeline cover, then we have the page contents, and the page contents are basically only posts, which is okay, I guess. Okay. So let's try to do that. Let's go back to our application. We don't actually need the CS profile. So in these components, let's add a new Blazor component, and that would be timeline component. And let's open it again so that we have everything correct. Now we'll delete everything here because we won't need it, and we'll create the code behind file like I like to do in Blazor. So it would be just add a new class, but in the folder. So it would add a new class, and we should call the class exactly like the component itself. So it would be timeline component .razor.cs. and we will make it a partial, so everything should be fine. Now, if we go to this component, one thing that we would need here is, well, this would be of course a routable component. The only question is, which is actually the URL that we'll actually need. Should we make it something similar to only like having it, we could use here, for instance, username. Or should we have something like profile.username? That's actually the question. Because we'll actually take the username from this route parameter, and we'll actually use the repository to get that user. Because in this case we'll need the user from the database. So, but I guess I'll do similar to Twitch. So to Twitch, if I go to my channel, it's just Twitch/ and then my channel name. So let's do it like that. So it would actually be only this one. And for the username, then of course we will have to, I don't recall exactly, but we'll look into the documentation. What is Blazor route params? Because here I know that we can use the route params, but I don't recall exactly how do we really use them, for instance, in our code behind part. Route parameters, okay. So it's parameter. Route uses route parameters to populate the corresponding component parameters with the same name. So we actually just need to create a new property that has this parameter attribute, and then it would, if it's exactly the same name, it's not important if lowercase or uppercase, it will then populate it. That's actually cool. That's very, very easy, because here we have this username. So this means that in this code behind, we'll just put here parameter, and since it is a parameter, it needs to be public, and it should be of type string, and it should be called username get set. So yeah, and this is actually how the routing will be done. That's actually very, very, very cool. So let's and I guess this is where we would actually need that loader that caused us some problems, but I guess I even know how to populate it. So yeah, let's try to do it. Now, one thing that we'll need here is we'll need for sure the user repository. So we'll inject it in this component, inject I user repository, and we'll call this simply users. So this is one thing that we'll actually need. Then the other thing that we'll need, okay, I see there is a question here. So really have some content. I learned a lot of things from you. Channel, thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much for your feedback. I'm really happy, of course, to see that type of feedback. And I'm really pleased that what I'm doing is actually helping somebody, because I often have the impression that well, it's not helping at all. But when I get this type of feedback, then it really gives me the necessary motivation to keep doing it. Once again, thank you very much for your comment. It's very much appreciated. Okay, so let's think further. What we would need in this component, we would need on to override the on initialize, because that is the place where we'll actually want to use our repository to get the user. So it would be protected override async task, and it is in this case the on initialized that yeah, it's always deletes the async from the name, which is kind of unfortunate. Another property that we will need is we can make it this, I guess, private, and it would be type of user. But then these names, I don't really like them. I don't really like them. So here, how should I maybe rename that? That should have a different name, not users. Let's name it in this case user repo. Then we have this user separately, and there is a return. But why does it complains? It's an async method that the task return keyword must not be followed. Okay, then just don't return it. Now I will, however, implement some logic here. The idea is only to get this working right now. Okay, so what would be then the next thing to do here? So the next thing to do here would be to go actually to this one and to try to see if we can actually implement this idea of preloader. So we can say here if, and if user is null, if that user is null, then I would like to use the preloader, and I don't know where exactly I put it. I know I commented it out, but I guess it was in the main layout. Yes, it was in the main layout. So while we are loading the data, I want to display that preloader. So let me where is it? I should go back to the component, timeline component. Yeah, so if the user is null, then I would actually like to uncomment this and try to format the document. Where is it? Advanced and format document. Okay, so right now we have the preloader or the loader, and else, and here is actually where we'll put the actual component in it. And if we go to the template that we have, what do we actually have here? We have first the timeline cover, but I guess we need also this div timeline. We need this div timeline first, div, and it was the class equals timeline, and then in that div we should put the timeline cover. Let's just take it. Oh my god, as this, the cover is so long. So in this case, timeline menu for small screens. Yeah. I'll have too much markup on this page, and I don't like, and I really don't like that. So because we'll have to add some other stuff here. So I guess I create a new component called timeline cover. Timeline cover, And yeah, let's create it. Let's open it up, and we'll delete everything right now. And we'll create also the code behind file. So the class timeline cover.razor.cs, and we'll make it partial. And what we will need here in this component for sure to be passed from the parent is the user parameter. Let's add the necessary usings. So we need a public user, and we'll name it user. Get set. So right now we'll basically be able to get all the necessary user information from that user that will be passed in from the parent component. So in this case, let's go here, and basically we'll kind of move everything, this including this one. We'll remove this entire div, but I'm not sure if it works like that. We'll remove this entire div, and we'll actually put it here in its own component. And then we have here only this timeline thingy. So we have here the timeline cover. Let's see, the row, the profile info. Image source, that would be the one here. The age would be user dot name, I guess. User dot, yes, that should be it. So that would be the name. What other here? Yeah, with it's the, well, I think we'll put the user type here. So it would be user dot user type, I guess it's called, and we have a toString method that returns the type correctly, because everyone should be able to see, okay, I'm a student, or if somebody visits my timeline, because the idea is that that's actually something that we will have to think about, because I should be able to visit the timelines of other users, but I shouldn't be able to edit them. Yeah, so this is certainly something that we will have to keep in mind. But for now, I guess we're okay with that. So we have here then these list items, which are links. While we create components, we'll probably, because here we actually won't. We actually don't want to actually route to a different page. We just want to maybe place a different component there in the list. So it's not really a routing here, but we'll see how we deal with that just in a moment. Now here the follow me list. This is how many people are following the user. And then the button, and then I have this add friend. And of course, if I guess one thing that we could do here is actually take the username from the claims, which is that represents the user that I am that I am using to with which I am basically authenticated to the application, and we'll kind of I guess compare it to the current user in that component, and if those usernames match, then it means that I'm seeing my own profile or my own timeline, and in that case I should be able to edit the timeline or do things like that. But if the logged in user, the username of the logged in user does not match with the username of that profile, then I have to then it means that I'm on a different profile, so I should be able to see the add friend button. but I am on my own profile, that add friend button shouldn't of course be displayed. That's actually some logic that we can implement actually in code behind that expose only a property, maybe something like true or false, and based on that we should just display buttons and things like that. So yeah, that's surely something that is on the to-do list, and we'll have to take care of it sooner rather than later. But right now we can actually go further, and here we have the different timelines for large screen and small screen. So that should be actually it. So if we go to the timeline component, which is the parent component, then I would say that I want here to display a timeline cover, and I want to pass in the user, and that would be equal to user. So the user from my component, and that should actually work. Let's test this. Let's actually test this. Let's actually test this. Let's bring it here. Okay. So right now, but I don't think that I don't think that I have implemented this functionality. Right now it goes to timeline, and it never finds the user, of course, because we have to go in the card. Where is it? It was in the newsfeed. So it was in the newsfeed card component. Where is it? Newsfead or not post profile card component. So this is actually the one. So here where we have the age ref, we actually want to send it to, and that is the problem that we'll send it to username. Let's see if that actually works like that. Let's see if that actually works like that. But yeah, we have also a link for the followers, but I guess I want to just disable that link. I don't know why the followers should be in a link. And at least in this application that would lead probably to the followers themselves. Okay, so this remains actually loading. So I guess the next thing that we will have to do is to set a breakpoint and to check out exactly what happens. So if we arrive in this timeline component, of course we haven't implemented this functionality, so that user that keeps being null, of course. But the cool thing is at least that right now we know that our loader is working. So until as far as the user is null, then I will simply see that login sign, which is actually great. So yeah, right now I guess we would need to get a certain user, but right now the problem is that in my repository, so if I go to my repositories, I actually don't have a method that allows me to get a user by username. It allows me only to get a user by ID. I think that in this case I don't have the ID of the user, so I guess we'll need to just implement that in our repository. Let's better look maybe in it's not in the user aggregate, it's interfaces. I use user repository, so we don't actually have get user colleagues. We have a lot of things here, but we don't have a method that actually allows us to get a user by the username. So it would be a task of user. It would be get user by username. And async, of course, we should use async in the naming. And here we just need to provide a string username. And then, of course, we need to go then in our repository, which is here. And of course, we'll need to implement it, but there should be the squiggly line, and then we have implement interface. And that would add actually this method to my repository. So yeah, what I'll do here is then, it should be of course an async. And what I do here is return await. Then I say context.users.first or default. And here I want to search for a user that has the username, and to make sure that it doesn't really matter for us if it's lowercase, not lowercase. Let's just then make everything to lower to make sure that it's case insensitive. And if the username equals to username, then we simply just return that user. And of course, if we don't find it, it will just return null. But for now, I guess that's actually what we need in this repository. So right now, I guess we can go back to our component, which is this timeline component, but of course in the code behind. And we can implement here our logic, and we can say user equals to user repo dot get user by username async. That's the one that we want to do. And we already have the username as a parameter that we get from the router, so we just need to pass in this username. And of course we need to await that, because that's an async method. So right now, actually, we should have a user, I guess. So let's run it again. Let's run it again. Let's run it again. So right now, when I click on my name actually here in this card, I should be routed to the timeline, and I should see the loader, and then when the user is there, I should see all that type of information. I'm not sure exactly where this name comes from, but I guess this also has to do with the fact that we've implemented only the cover, I guess. So yeah, but it's working. You see that it's working. So we are able to route, and we are using the route param. You see that I'm basically right now on my profile using my username, and that's just cool, I guess. Of course, we didn't implement all these type of links and things like that, but that's what will change then soon enough, I would say. Right now, let's go further and try to implement also the other parts of what we have on the timeline. So let's see. We are here on this timeline component, and we just implemented our timeline cover. And then let's see what we have after the cover. After the cover, we have this ID page contents. And then we have a row, then we have I don't really understand why, what this div is actually useful. But yeah, they know better, I guess. And then we have the create post component, but actually this create post component, that should be exactly the one that we also have here. So I guess it will do a one thing. I guess we'll move this create post component from this newsfeed components, because you see right now this create post component is not only for the newsfeed, it's also for the timeline. So we'll move it into shared, I guess. So that's a wise thing to do, I would say. I'm not sure what will break, but we'll repair it. Okay, good. But yeah, let's actually start with that. So let's move actually this create post component with everything that it has. We move it into shared, and let's say okay, and we moved it into shared, and we also have this. So everything was moved into shared, which is actually okay. Let me now check on this newsfeed component. Yeah, that should actually still work. Create post component. Yeah, that should. And actually, the postcard component is different. So the postcard, or the post that we have on the newsfeed, is a little bit different than what we see on the timeline, because it has that line on the left and things like that. So I guess for this one we'll create different ones. So for the postcard component, I guess we'll, or let me just check. So what do we have here? We have here a post content, which has a class with the post date, the author, and so on. I guess this is the image source and all the stuff that we have there. And then we have the reactions and things like that. And if we go to the newsfeed, where is the newsfeed? It's here. What do we have here on the post? You can just look. So we see that it is indeed different. It looks indeed different. It looks indeed different than the other one. There are some things in common, but they are still different. So yeah, in this case, we'll have a separate post, but I guess we'll have to name it in this case post content component. We can't use the exact same name even if they are in different folders. Yeah, but so I guess you got the idea. The create post component we'll reuse it exactly the same both in the timeline and in the newsfeed. So that's why we moved it into the shared folder. But the postcard component that we have in the newsfeed is slightly different than the postcard component that we have on the timeline. So this is why we'll have separate such components in each feature folder. But let's go one by one. So first of all, we have this timeline component, and we have displayed here the timeline cover. So let's see exactly what we have after this cover. So after this cover, we have this kind of like two divs. So we have this first div. We can just copy it. It comes right after. Actually, no, we have this div ID. This is the page content, then row. Yeah. So let's create them one by one. So we are still here. It's on the same level with this timeline cover. So we'll have here a div, and the first div. Let's be sure that we have all the correct IDs and classes. Let's just copy that over. Okay. Then we'll have another div. This div would be the next one, which is of class row. That's this we can write down. So it's class equals row, and then we have where is it? Then we have this div which is called MD3. I really don't understand what's the logic of this div, but well, the creators of this template surely know better, so I'm really not an expert, and I really hate everything that is relates to HTML and CSS. Not JavaScript. I like JavaScript. I like to write client-side logic. That's not a problem. That's why I like Angular a lot. But again, for the TypeScript part, not for the HTML. And then we have another div, which is this one with this class. Then in this we have the create post and then all the others. So let's have another div here. I guess this is a row and it just creates some spacing. I just create some spacing, I guess, to the left. I guess this is why that's the whole point of this div. Just to take some columns from the bootstrap grid. Yeah, that's clever, I guess. That's clever. And then we have this create post component. But the create post component we already have in the shared folder. So we can simply say I want to display a create a post component. So this is what I want to display. But why? I guess it should be imported somewhere. Element with unexpected syntax. Let's just click save here and let's close here this Razor file. I saw that happening, that sometimes it doesn't recognize elements, but here it keeps not recognizing it. One thing I guess that we could use to overcome this problem is if we go here to this imports. I would say, but we have already this shared. But let's I don't know. Let's using uniconnect web shared, and here we can't actually add anything else there. And that's actually strange because in the newsfeed it actually works, so we can use the create post. Let's go back onto the newsfeed. Where is it? Here. So we have this create post component right now. It's a newsfeed, but right now it's actually pointing. That's kind of funny. It's pointing to this folder, to the newsfeed folder, which is actually wrong because it's not there anymore. It's not there anymore. So I guess we still don't have errors. That's strange. Let's try a rebuild. Rebuild usually helps us maybe to see exactly what could be improved or what errors do we have. We see that we have no errors. That's strange. Did something change here? Actually, no. It's actually pointing to the same. And here in the timeline component, it still doesn't get that. So maybe, I don't know. I'm really not sure exactly why this is happening. But maybe we can just make using uniconnect.web.shared. Maybe if we implement it here. Still. No. Okay, let me. I think I know why this actually happens. This happens because let's go to the shared. Where is it? Shared. And let's go to this create post component. And that's actually, I guess, that's in the newsfeed components, and this is not correct. It should be in this shared. This should be in this namespace, because when we copied it over, actually the namespace remained the same. So let's go now right to the timeline component, and it's still not working there. Why is this happening? And in the newsfeed, it's still pointing to the old one. Let's try to make another rebuild. Maybe it will rebuild namespaces and stuff like that. Yeah, so no errors. But it still looks in this old folder for that one. And here I guess we still have problems with this one. We still can't find it. Once again, let's check it, double check it. Is create post component. Create post component. So we've even written it correctly. Let's see, maybe this found markup element with unexpected name, create post component. If this is intended to be a component, add for the namespace. But that should actually already be added. Using web.shared. So yeah, even if we add that, it's still not recognizing it. So we still have the same error. So once again, in this create post component, we have changed the namespace. It belongs right now to this shared namespace. So uniconnect web and shared, which is actually correct. That's strange. Just let me run the application. I'm curious if the component is displayed at least or not. I know it's an error, but I'm curious what the behavior is right now. I didn't really think that moving the component from one place to the other. So in this case, I have this. So on the newsfeed, I have this component, and if I go here, it's loading because it's loading the user, and I actually have it also here. So that's strange. Why does it keep telling me that there is an error? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Let me close all these files, these Blazor files, because it sometimes caches a lot of things, and that doesn't really help a lot. So let's just close all the possible Blazor files here. I have a lot of files open. That's yeah, happens. Login CS HTML, frame suggestions. Posts, index, newsfeed, startup, yes, enumerations. I don't think I'll keep closing them all right now, but yeah, let's open again this component. So it's timeline component, and right now, okay, it was some weird issue from Visual Studio, because right now it sees it. And if I hover the mouse over it, is in the shared folder and namespace, which is correct. And if I go back to this newsfeed component, hover my mouse over it, and here IntelliSense actually tells me that it's still in the newsfeed components, which is actually not true. But well, as long as it works, I'm happy with it. But I didn't even notice, I was just curious, when I added this create post on my timeline, how does the timeline right now actually look like? How does the timeline actually look like? Because we had a weird name previously that was appearing, and we still have it, yeah. But in this case, right now, it's not weird anymore because it's kind of in line with this here. So I guess that it's okay, and it says that I'm a student, which is also okay. So yeah, that's actually okay for now. And here, let's go back to this timeline component. And so we have implemented this create post, but then on the same level with create post, we have this also a post content that contains a lot of information regarding a post. And I guess it contains probably also a list of comments and things like that, but yeah, we'll see how we'll edit this when we're working with posts, because right now we won't do this. We will concentrate only on the user today. So we should create actually a new component right now that should be called post content component, and that should actually contain this type of markup. Let's just copy it. So let's create right now in this folder, add new Blazor component. This would be post content component. Hopefully I typed it correctly. Post content component should be just fine. Let's close it first and then open it again just to delete everything that we have here. And let's create also the code behind file, because we'll probably use it when we will work with posts for good. And here it should be actually in the folder. I have to create a class then, and the class name should be post component dot razor dot, or no, it's post content component, of course. .razor.cs, and it should be, of course, partial. Yeah, and that's how we did it. Okay, so we have this component right now. For now, we don't really need to put anything here. We will probably need the code behind when we'll add some logic to it. So when we'll display some real posts, because we'll have to get them from the database as well. I don't know, maybe to sort them, maybe to also get the comments for each post and so on. So yeah, there is actually a lot of stuff that we might have to do there. But as I said, today I want to focus on the user and to get all this type of components ready. So let's just click save, and if we go on this timeline component, then actually on the same level with this create post, and here we would also we will probably also have another list of posts that we want to display here. So to simulate that we will have actually an array, let's actually use a for. But let's right now, instead of iterating only once, let's iterate twice. And for each iteration, what I want to do is I want to display a post content component. And let's edit the document and format it. Okay, so right now that should be it. And yeah, let's try again. Let's try to run the application again. Let's try to run the application again. So it's loading. Of course, it's going to the newsfeed because this is my home page. And if I click here on this one, then I should be redirected, and of course that is correct. And we have here right now the posts, but here we can even sometimes ago. Yeah, but the user will take from the post, even though here on the timeline there will be only my post or only the posts of this specific user. but I guess that's a detail that will take from the post, so we won't populate it from the component. But that's actually, yeah, that seems actually to work right now. So this is how our timeline should actually look like right now. Good. Let me before we go further, let me just fix a few more very small things. And the first thing that I would like to do is here in this shared, or in this pages, sorry, we actually don't need this index anymore, so we can just delete it. So we don't need it anymore. Just delete it. We don't need it. Then in this layout, main layout. Okay, so here we have this navbar. But this is the for the collapse. And here, where do we have actually the? Here, this is home. So when we click on home, actually I want to go here. I want to go here when I click on home. Okay, let's maybe just make it fit on one single line. That would make things much more easier, I guess. Let's use the span here, and yeah, let's. I don't know, it should be something like that, I guess. Let's maybe edit the document, format document. Okay, so when I click on home, I actually want to be taken back to the home page. And then what does this actually mean is that I actually don't want to have this drop down anymore. So we can simply remove that, page 1 and page 2. And we actually don't need this span anymore, because we don't actually want to display that. We just want it to be a link, and this link would be then lead to this this home. Then another thing that I would like to have is maybe then the second one is I don't know, maybe that's actually the newsfeed. But in our case, home is actually the newsfeed. So we'll skip that. We'll skip that for now, and we'll or no, why actually no, we'll you know what? Let's comment it out. I just want to keep it for now there, because we might use it later at some point. But let's just comment it out. And then we'll have this drop down, which would be the timeline, I guess. So let's try to make it fit also on one line. And we have this span. And here I guess we'll leave this this image, because I'm not sure yet. Maybe I want to have submenus in the timeline, maybe to so that they would send me, I don't know, directly to my timeline friends or something like that. So we might want to have a submenu, so we'll leave them there for now. But this will be then go, and this should go actually to, when I click on timeline, I should go to my timeline. And actually we are here in the layout, and here in the layout we have also some code behind, and we get the out state. Now here, when we get the out state in the layout, I guess what we need to do is we have the user, and we have here the name of the user. We just also need the username. So we also need to have another property, private string username gets set. And then what we could do actually here is we can just go to the, where was it actually? It was, I guess, in the newsfeed parent component. where we actually also want to get this one. So let's go back to the layout. Where is the layout? Here. Here is the layout. So we'll add here also this part where we'll just get the username. So in this case, when we click on the timeline, where is it? It's actually this one. So when we click on it, I want to go to username. So this is actually where I want to go when I click on it. Yeah, let's see if that works right now. Let's see if that works right now. So it's loading. So I am on my newsfeed. If I click on timeline, that actually it's not what. So I don't understand why do we have a link there if it actually just opens the drop down. That's actually bad. But yeah, in that case, that's really no problem, because what we can do here is, in this first, we can then say in this href for the timeline, we can do exactly the same. We can have the user name, and then we should click the first link, and that should then do it. And actually, all the other list items we can delete. Because it's just list items with an A tag, so we can simply use the first one as a reference if we need it, so we can just delete it. So let's run the application again. So let's run the application again. Where is it? It's here. Let's bring it on the screen. So yeah, once again, I'm here on the newsfeed, which is actually my home page right now. And if I go on timeline, I don't understand exactly why it takes so long after I click on it until it maybe it just still loads a lot of things. But if I click on home right now, then why am I not taken to the home page? If I click on home, actually nothing's happened. Nothing happens. We have something in the console here. Only the error for the I'm still on my timeline, so that link seems to be broken somehow. Let's go then back here. So we have this href, but you know, I guess this href, I guess it doesn't really do anything. It's like the same like we had it for the timeline, and probably there is one of this. It says this roll button. So in this case, I guess if we remove this roll button, then it should probably, okay, it's simply trying it out. Right now maybe it should work as a link. Because maybe, yeah, that roll button probably is, I don't know, maybe they did something in the template CSS, or I don't know, maybe in Bootstrap it is like that if you mark an A like a button, then it is a button. So it doesn't really redirect you to anywhere. So let's go once again to timeline. And yeah, the only thing that concerns me is why does it take so long from when I click until I see the loader? That's actually not something very nice, but I guess it's something that we still have time to investigate. So it's still not happening here. So if we hover the mouse on it, we see that well, it should go to the home page, but it actually doesn't go to the home page. It actually doesn't go to the home page. That's tricky. I don't understand why. Has pop-up. Area expanded. Let's actually delete everything here. Let's leave this as a normal href. And yeah, let's try to do that. You see, I thought that this is an easy thing to fix, to implement, but it seems that, well, it's actually not. So once again, I click on timeline. It takes a second or something. And right now it goes. So right now if I click on home, it redirects me to the news feed. So that's actually what I want to do. And when I go to timeline, then this time it is very, very fast. So I can navigate through timeline and news feed. I'm curious if the behavior when I run it the first time, if that's the same actually for any user. Let me actually try to do something here. We navigate to login, of course, because we are in private, so no cookie here. So we log in, we see the home, the newsfeed, and actually there's where we need to implement that redirect, so that we see, okay, the user wanted initially to go to the timeline, so let's redirect him to the timeline. So in this case it went actually well once again. Yeah, so right now it seems to work, and I can navigate from home to timeline with actually no problem. Yeah, that's actually cool. That's actually cool. So one other thing I guess that we should, what was the other thing that I said we should take care about? Right now it was actually virtually few seconds ago that I said that. So please help me. What was it? It was also something like a very easy stuff to do. Yeah, I remember. I just wanted to so when I for instance want to go directly to the timeline and I'm not logged in, what happens is that I am redirected to the login page, and then at the login page, when I log in, what happens is that this should be in pages. Where is pages? Login. What happens is that okay, I do the login, and at the end of the login I simply redirect to the home page. But instead of redirecting to the home page, it would be maybe better to actually redirect to the initial URL that the user actually navigated to. So in this case, I guess that should be actually very, very easy to do. We can have here a public string, and let's call it original URL get set. And here, now by default this would be null, or I don't know, maybe we could make it string.empty. String.empty. But what we do here is, if the model state is valid, so we just want to log the user in. So if the user is not null, In that case, we do all this stuff here. And right before we actually do the redirect, let's actually, or even though, let's do this right in the beginning. So only if the model is valid, let's just set the original URL, because we might want to reuse it in some other logic at a certain point. So it would be original URL. It would be equals. It would be equal to, and here we would have, I guess, the how it is called is the context. So we'll have the context, and here it should have. I mean, I should find something, a context request, and on the request, body reader. Don't I have here like the URL? Gets or sets the request body. Okay, that doesn't really help me at all. Has form, headers, host. But I don't want only the host. Can't I really go to everything? Gets or sets the request path from request path base. The request path base. Protocol and query. Then query string. So I have to literally construct the URL. That's really not optimal at all. That's not optimal at all. Get declared, get hash code, get trailer, get type headers. Gets or sets the host header. The host header doesn't really interest me right now. But the path, what would actually the path contain? I don't know. Let's try this even out. And let's put a breakpoint here. And let's run it again. Because I'm curious what I'll actually get here. Because I would like to get everything, like the entire URL, including query strings if we have. So for this, I guess we'll have to also start once again an in private session, because we don't want to have the cookie, so we need to go. But why do you do that? Why do you do that? Let's go to Edge, because I started that as an in private one. So let's go to Edge, and here in Edge, I actually don't have everything here, so it would be the username and the password. So the original URL is login. Okay, that really doesn't help me at all. That really doesn't help me at all. But if we have content I guess we can leave that open. If we have content.pet base plus context dot request dot pet plus, I don't know, context dot request dot query. When the query, I don't think it is a string, or it is a string. So right now let's run it again, because we need to construct here the original URL to which the user made the request. That's our aim. And then to redirect the user to the URL that the user wanted initially. So not just redirect them back to the home page, but to what they actually wanted. So let's actually we can go here and just try to refresh that. And here we'll log in again. Okay, what do we have here right now? It's still not. Okay. That doesn't really help. So the pet base, what is the pet base? It has no value. Then the pet is that login, and that query, I don't know, it's macros.asp.net. Yeah, because it's not a string and it created. Okay, but if we are here, let's look a little bit in the context and see where do we have actually what we need. So first of all, we have this body reader is not something that would interest us. Content length, content type, cookies, form, has form, headers, doesn't interest. Host, I guess host is what we could have at the beginning. Then path, we have the path on the context. So if we have the host and but host is actually it's actually not a string, I guess, but we can make it to string, I think. We have this is HTTPS method path, and the path was I guess they will be for path base. I don't have anything. Query, what does the query contain? Keys, and count. Query string, that would contain the query string. Has value, false. Router value, scheme. I think I need to think a little bit better. I thought it would be easier to do that, because then there is this other scenario where actually if you go directly to the login page, then what will actually happen? But we can say that if we have a path, so if we can check the path has value, and if the path has no value, then we actually, yeah, I guess that's how we can actually do that. Even though, let's initially try this out. Actually, let's just try this out right now. So if we just provide here the request path, and let's run it again. Okay, we have this. Let's run the application again. And let's try this actually out by first going here to the timeline, and then in Edge we'll try to navigate directly to the timeline. So in Edge we try to navigate directly to the timeline. So let's actually try to do that. So we go here, let's give the username and the secret password, and the original URL is but why is the original? Yeah, because yeah, that's actually more complicated, because we are redirected And then we see the original URL as being the login, even if the original URL was first the and I guess that basically we have to take care of that in the layout. We would have to take care of that in the layout. Basically where we are redirecting. And maybe in the layout, I don't know. Yeah, in the layout, there's something that we have to do in the layout for sure. It's actually basically in this code behind. So if basically when we navigate to log in, I'll use this navigation navigate to. Maybe we can use some query string. We can put some query string here. Yeah, I guess we could put some. We could put a query string here, and then basically we will check then. When we log in the user, we will check this query string for the original URL. And then we'll take basically that URL and we'll navigate to it. So yeah, I guess that's how we actually should do that. And of course for that we should take actually the only thing that we need is the original path, I guess. But the problem in the layout is that we cannot get the HTTP context. But what do we have in this navigation? What do we have in this navigation? What do we have here? We have the base URI. That doesn't really help us a lot. We have this get hash code, location changed, navigate to absolute URI. To base relative path. That would create a path that is relative to the base. So I guess we can do that. Or we can even see the URI here. I guess, but I guess we will need to put some breakpoints here to see exactly what we actually have in these values, like what we have in this URI. Do we have the entire URI to which basically it's navigated, or that's strange. Okay, I think I'll go for a break right now. I'll have to think this through just for a moment. So I guess it would take 10 minutes and then I'll be back live, because I still want to work on this project this evening. And yeah, I just said that as long as I work on it, I just want also to stream it. So yeah, I'll just take a break. I'll be back in 10 minutes, so please stand by and we'll continue afterwards. Okay, here I am again. Thank you very much for standing by. I see that there are some of you that are still here, which makes me very happy. Let me just check some things before I start. Oh yeah, I guess it's okay. Good. So we were left here thinking about, okay, what this navigation actually is. And before we actually go to navigate to, what I want to do is let's put in here a variable var URI equals navigation dot. We saw a URI property, or what we have here. We have the URI, but we have also get. It was not with get. How was it? The base URI is not something that I really need here this time. Navigate to base relative path. Let's see what we actually have here. Okay. What is the cannot assign method group to an implicitly typed variable? Okay. Oh, of course. That's a method, yeah. And give a base URI. So I have to provide a URI. And it returns the relative. Okay, that doesn't really help in this case. So in that case, let's see what we have actually in this URI. What we have here. So let's just put a breakpoint here and run the application again. So we'll open it in Edge so that we can go to this login once more and try to actually see what we have in that URI, because if we have something that we can simply but how should we then pass that? Because we don't have access in the component, we don't have access to the HTTP context. That's the main problem with components. That's the main problem with components, that you don't have access to the HTTP context there. So let's go to Edge and try to navigate here. So in this case, what is this URI? This URI, it actually contains this information. So it's actually exactly what we would need. But how should we pass this information actually to... How should we pass this information actually? Because we need to pass it somehow from this here to our login page. Because when we arrive at the login page, then the HTTP context will say that the request was for login. We should pass it from as a query, I guess. We should pass in as a query where how is it called? How should we call this? Return URL equals. We can maybe use string interpolation here. So return URL equals, and we say that it should equal to. In this case, we don't need that, but we can simply say equals URI. I guess here we have to end that. And right now, what is the problem here? Name navigation does not exist in the current context. Huh? How comes it doesn't exist? Why do they say that it doesn't exist? What happens actually here? Authentication. Right now, a lot of things seem to be not okay here. I guess maybe I guess maybe I can't really use string interpolation maybe here. That's the problem. I don't see exactly what's wrong here. I don't see what's the problem. Let's close it and let's open it again. Main layout. Maybe it's once again just an issue from Visual Studio. So it is let's try it again with string interpolation. So we have login and then we have a query which is return URL equals and then we have just to pass in the navigation.uri. And now this should work. And actually this is this actually should we can use then in the login. Where do we have the login? It is here. So here in this login we can say that var return URL equals a context.request.query string gets or sets the raw query string used to create the query collection. It's the query value collection parsed from request query string. So yeah, this would be then a queryable collection. Okay. So in this case, let me just check what we'll actually have here if we run the application. Because I'm not sure, I guess it should be a dictionary, but I'm not sure about that. So let's see. Let's navigate to the timeline first. And here we'll take this URL and we'll go to here, and it's actually the same. So we paste it. Then we have this login. So return URL. What do we have here? It's keys count return URL. Okay, so yeah, let's see. So in this case, what we could do is actually have we can have something like I'm not sure. Let's make it like that. Let's make it like that. String return URL, and here context request query find first. Okay, but I don't want actually this let's do it like that. It is context.request.query first or default. So I'm looking for a query for which the query.key equals return URL. Okay, what's the problem here? And then have this value, and that should do it. And then here, when we want to redirect, we say that we redirect to the return URL. But let's leave the breakpoint here for a while, because I just want to test that. To see if we can get the correct value from it. So yeah, actually we can go directly here, because we see that at least we had the return URL, so that was actually cool. That part actually worked. So we have this login, then we have this, and then we have no, just wait a second. Yeah, then we have return URL. That's correct. So let's give the password and the return URL. In this case, yeah, that should actually be okay. So let's just continue with that. And then I would, okay, and the supplied URL is not local. Okay, it's local if does not have a host authority port. Okay, so I can't actually provide the full URL there, but okay, it's okay, because it's local redirect. But what if I don't use a local redirect? What if I use a redirect? That should actually do it, I guess. And I just closed the Edge browser, but I guess that right now I can even try with logging out from the application in Google Chrome. So yeah, let's try to do that. So I guess we still have the URL in the clipboard. So in this case, let me just log out, because that should be exactly the same thing. I'm logging out right now, but why do I see this in logout? Why do I see this in logout? Well, that's right now very strange, but we'll take a look at that. I wasn't actually logged out. Oh my god, what? But logout worked. We just tried it out today when we started. What is the problem here? Because we don't have anything here. What did actually happen? So it means that something that we did today kind of like broke our logout functionality that we actually tested right in the beginning of this stream. That's what we started with, and everything worked fine. It's exactly the same thing. I'm not even hitting this sign out async. Did I change something in the logout? It should still be in the main layout, but it should be somewhere, not in the footer, of course. What does actually happen here? Because we actually tested that, but I guess we tested that with I'm really not sure what happens here. Because the spinner is commented out. Let's just take it out for good. Why? So it actually doesn't arrive here at all. Do I have the spinner somewhere else? They put it maybe in this host file? No spinner here. That's strange. That's strange. If you have any idea, then you should just let me know. Because this kind of worked a few hours ago. This kind of worked. I'm basically not redirected here anymore. Which is of course very bad, and I don't understand why the loader is displayed, so I don't really have any idea. Let me maybe, I don't know, try it again. And let me see in the developer tools if I have some network activity when I click that logout button. So let me open this one. Let me clear it. And let's just click on logout. There's actually no call made, so there's actually no real redirection to the logout. But I still don't understand where this spinner comes from. So I mean, I have it only in one component, and that component is not even loaded right now. It tries to navigate to a local logout page. It doesn't make the request to the browser. That is really class drop-down menu page list, and I have here logout. It's a page, so yeah, it should actually be everything okay. But I actually don't get here at all, so it doesn't do a get request. So it somehow, Blazor somehow just tries to resolve that route internally, I guess. That's It's maybe a problem. But why didn't that happen earlier? Why didn't that happen earlier today? I guess that's strange. That's very strange. And let's go back to the where it is main layout. If we say here, I don't know, just redirect me to. If I give here the full URL, if I give here the full URL, let me check that. That's kind of something I didn't expect. It's exactly the same thing. Just tries to resolve it locally in somehow. Let us do the following thing. So we have this type is button. So here we have this drop down page list, and here we have this logout. What we can do here is let's make this also type button. Then actually we don't actually care where we want to redirect. So what we want to do is let's make it like this one, roll button. Roll button. And if we have the roll button, do we have the on click? We don't have the on click because it thinks it is an href. But I really don't get it. But okay, we have this on click. We have this on click. And here in this on click we'll say logout, which would be actually a logout method that we will implement in the code behind. Okay, and here we'll have private void logout. And here in this logout we'll say navigation manager dot navigate. It's navigation, not navigation manager, sorry. That's the name that we gave, navigate to. And in this case I want to navigate to this one, only that instead of that one I would have logout. And right now that shouldn't be that should be okay. Yeah, logout. Let's try it this way in this case. So in this case I basically hope that this onClick method will trigger or this onClick event will trigger, and in that case I just use the navigation manager to navigate away to the logout page, and the logout page will then just sign me out theoretically. So this should actually happen, or this is what I would expect to happen. Let me see. Strange. It's actually very strange, because nothing happens here. If I do a request for logout itself, and then of course I hit this because this actually made another request. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was working previously and it's not working right now anymore. I'm really I really don't get it. I really don't get it. Why it is not working anymore? It's just, we don't even need that anymore. Because it's still the same, it's still not working. So we don't even need this one. And if we say we want to go to logout, so we specify the href like that. Let us check again. Right now I'm basically going through all possible options because I really don't understand why it's not working anymore. I mean, it worked previously, right at the beginning of when we started working on it. We tried it out actually, and it worked. And suddenly it doesn't work anymore. I'm really not getting it, but what's actually happening here. Yeah, this is the images that we request. Okay. Logout, we just go. I mean, the only component that it doesn't do request, it doesn't do anything. Just displays this loader, so nothing happens. Okay, I guess I'll have to investigate it, and I guess that's the point where I'll probably say that I guess it's enough for today. I mean, I'm streaming for 4 hours already, and I think I need a little bit of a longer break than 10 minutes because yeah, I have to kind of think this through and try to understand what exactly happens here, because the problem here is, I guess, let me just try one more thing. I guess the only real parts, or the only part where we have this preloader, it's actually this one. But why should that component be activated anyway? Let's just I don't know, try again with this one. Maybe it's that loader that kind of like pops up and then the navigation doesn't occur anymore. I really don't get it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. So I am right now, but I was still not redirected to the logout. But the only thing in this case is that well, the loader is not displayed and nothing is actually displayed. It's something like the page was not found. But why does it try to? There's only this warning with the mixed content. The problem is that it tries to navigate locally, so it doesn't even try to make a request. It tries to actually find a component with it. That's not what we need. So yeah, that preloader actually helps only in that case that it really tries to, you know, display something, and I guess if it doesn't find something, then this preloader just pops up. Probably it's due to some JavaScript that that there is in this template. So yeah, that is actually not the problem itself. So the problem itself is that when we are here in this layout and we want to actually navigate somewhere, so it actually tries to find a component which is called logout, and it of course doesn't find it. But why did it work previously? Why did it actually work previously? Yeah, that's a kind of a mystery, I guess. Once again, if we put the entire href, I guess it should be still the same. Right now it's of course, yeah, it's the wrong URL. I should have put this logout. Am I mistyping something? I don't know. It's kind of frustrating. Everything went well till now. And we stay there and nothing happens. But what if we just, I don't know, provide something else? HTTP, I don't know, let's HTTP, let's provide my blog. That's unbelievable. So if I provide a link to a different website, then it actually works. If I provide this here, it tries actually to let me check things again. So we have this logout, which is called logout. Very simple. So theoretically, if we have this Blazor page with this name and we have a URL for this one, then actually ASP.NET Core should actually map this. But it actually doesn't even arrive to ASP.NET Core. That's actually the problem, because if it arrives to ASP.NET Core, then what happens is that actually things work then afterwards. Because if we simply refresh the browser, that would actually make a request to the server. And in that case, we hit that logout page. So it's only that Blazor right now doesn't actually want to. I'm not sure if. Because it's. I mean, that's the basic what an A tag should actually do. Should basically redirect you to somewhere, and we simply try to do it like that. That's strange. That's strange. That's actually very, very strange. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, if I hover the mouse over it, then you see that I want to navigate to HTTPS, localhost, and logout. Which is correct, so this is where I want to navigate. So why don't you leave me? Why am I actually not navigating to that? Because I'm not navigating to that. Okay, guys. So I guess that's the point where I guess it's enough for today. Probably I have to get some rest to think this through once again, and yeah, maybe then I'll find a solution, because right now I don't think I'm close to understand exactly why this happens. So it's obvious that it tries to find a Blazor component with this title logout, but instead we just want to do a redirection here. So yeah, I just want you to go to the server and just load that page, and it basically doesn't do that. But if I use a different URL, then the homepage itself, then well, everything seems to work fine. So I'll have to kind of investigate that on my own. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. It was really a pleasure having you here. Hope you found it interesting. I certainly am happy with what we've covered today. Of course, I'm a little bit frustrated that we hit this roadblock right now, that I really can't understand exactly what happens. But I'm sure that we'll manage to, well, to find a solution to this. So thank you very much for watching. I wish you a very, very pleasant day forward, and till tomorrow probably.